Oh, I need to get my timers. What time? I almost forgot we got the regulated break time. Need to get the cat doing something. Hey, I learned the cat learns. But yeah, this is like the new thing I was talking about. The cat, he does study, sleep. I'll probably make redeems for him later. He needs to level up. He need money. He needs to learn things. A 20-year-old using for one last shot at it. Yathima, nothing. You know what? That reminds me. Before we start studying, what do we get? What do we get? Gotcha pin frenzy. Alright, do I use the gotcha pin to like for this, or should I save it for Snake? I mean, to be fair, either way, it'll probably get broken really fast. Because no, I don't get an SSR. Really, I need to rent the thing. Get that first roll, Snake. But all the if it yeah, that one's I might sit on it a little bit. I have time. I have time. We got what, like 7 hours? Yeah, I got like 7 hours to decide. So oh, that one's actually kind of a bit because like there'd be. I guess if it wasn't like actually no, if it was like 100 rolls, I would probably just burn it. With the gotcha pin, it's like that'd get broken so fast. Honestly, I'd get broken so fast. I need to finish doing the last couple of missions so I can get my stands though. I need to remember to do that. Yeah, I think I'll just save it for the next one. It'll probably get just be a 10 roll anyway. All right, time to learn. Been so long since oh, his mood. He's not happy. I need to feed him at some point. Jeez, why are these so expensive? Never mind. He's gonna have to work before he eats. Okay. Don't need notes. Just need the Python. I start reading. But yeah, I think if it was 100 rolls, I probably would just run it down because I need a whatchamacallit. I need grands. I need flash grabs, but Gotcha pin's not really gonna help me with that. The only thing kind of sucks about the cat is that like on my screen, so like the way I have him captured, there's like a black box in OBS on him. Like this black box doesn't actually exist on my desktop. It's see through, so I'm not quite sure why it's got a black box. I'm assuming just the way it's like translating the capture. I'll have to like mess around with some more. But like if I fiddle with the settings, like the cat can like walk across the monitor and stuff, but since I would have to like display capture that, like all you guys would see would just them doing like the walking animation and stuff like that. Even actually, I don't know if the cat can do that. I know the other version can do that because the cat's like a mod, like an official mod. I would try recoloring the cat though. All right, now I focus for like 40 minutes. Then we take our 10-minute break. We're gonna did the math, and if only new story events get these pages, 90. They've made the statement and try to make Grand Blue another 10 years. The 80 5-star Ultimate Uncapped packs. I mean, that's also on the assumption that like of a minimum of if they don't plan on expanding on that, because I wouldn't be surprised if the pages is how they let like they add ways to get the hexa and Fa Zero stuff without doing the rid. But yeah, it'd be interesting to note. I wonder if it'll be like you're saying like 190. Like I wonder like maybe the anniversary might give more. Like maybe like anniversary like stuff like that might give more of them. But yeah, it is kind of curious to see or to tell if like how they're gonna handle the pages thing. Because I don't think they really specified if like rerun events would get it or if like Guild Wars would get it, stuff like that, right? Or like you just added it to like to as like rewards along the way. Like it seems like an easy thing they can just sprinkle in. I probably end up wrong with all those assumptions. Yeah, I mean, like to be fair, I think it's mostly because like in like realistically speaking, the pages are like the new pendants in a way. Like if you look at it, right? Because like they've added a lot of like mats to the pendant stores over the years, and then it's like, well, how are we gonna add all these other ones, like these kits and stuff? And then they made the pages, which are you could call them like event pendants, right? Just that obviously you can only get them from events, but I have a feeling that they're probably gonna add more things to that. Like I wouldn't be surprised if maybe at some point they add uh like maybe stuff for not Eternals, but maybe Evokers and or maybe just keep it just even just keeping it to the weapons, like class champion weapons and stuff like that. Like for the older ones, would like I wouldn't be surprised if that gets added down the line. Minimum for 190 pages for all the events. Like over 10 years, I'm gonna grab those 80 packs. Yeah, yeah. Honestly, I think it's less of a we're gonna go for 10 years because of this and more. It's just, they're like yeah, we're probably just gonna hand these pages out to get new players up and running. It. I mean, I wouldn't. Oh, actually, I don't know. I was gonna say I wouldn't mind playing Granblue for another 10 years, but that's a. I don't know if I want to commit to that statement. I actually don't know if I want to commit to that statement. I've already been playing it for like 8 or 9. I don't know if I can handle another 10. Sum equals 0. Well, a number equals, but please type in a number. Exit. Number equals number. The sum is the sum. At the break. Number does not equal -1. Sum is plus equal number. But you can definitely tell they do plan on going for at least, I'd say, probably another couple of years, like 5 minimum, just for the fact that they're adding well, there's the Evoker or Eternals rebalance, and a pretty big one from the way they've labeled it. We'll see if that's like true or not. And then they've just added the Tales of Eternals. Right. We just finished getting an Exalto, like all the Exaltos out. We're getting the last known Primarch. I think we're still missing Darks. So like, I'm pretty sure it's safe to say at least like 5 years. Wouldn't be surprised if Grand Blue easily like goes for that long. Just recently, I mean, like we only just got Knick-Knack Academy, and they're adding more stuff to it because they're adding the 8th step to give you eternal things. So yeah, I'd say honestly that assessment's probably pretty close. The only problem though is that well, I mean, as someone who doesn't really care about the story too much, I'm fine, but I've seen a lot of people complaining that they haven't done anything with the story this whole year, basically. Like for the one, that not like event related. Yeah. Oh. Oh wow. Okay. You're teaching the continue command, which we didn't learn the MIT side, and it's one that I used, I think, in this one. I think somewhere in here I put the continue. Yeah, the MOOC course is really good, honestly, for teaching like stuff that's like you're actually going to use. Where did I put that? I specifically remember looking up the continue command because it loops back to like it restarts the loop. Oh wait, I think I might have like taken it out when I rewrote one of them. Some people in your crew complain about it. Yeah, I saw Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of like long time users, like long time players complaining about it. I would complain more, like I'd be more annoyed about it if it wasn't for the fact that like, well, one, I'm not like super duper interested. Like I kind of know roughly this, like the Grand Blue story. I've like because I always read like the, even though I skip, I always read the little synopsis things. Uh, so I kind of like I have the general gist of it. Plus, I've played like Relink and stuff like that. But did I really? Yeah, I think when I rewrote one of the functions, it where I think one of them, one of the ones I was using continue on, or the only one I was using continue on, I think I rewrote Edge. But if they stuck to like the characters, like right, like adding playable characters from the story more, and not just keep adding like random SSR characters that just kind of come out of nowhere, and you're just like, where'd these guys even come from? I would probably care a lot more about them adding story, but at this point, I just don't care because they don't. It's like they whoop, cool, and like it's great that they'll add like new characters and then they'll expand on their story later. But it's just like I don't know. I find it hard to stay like invested into the story when like whatever cool character they introduced that I'd be like, man, that'd be a really fun playable character. We just never get them. Gotta let Gachapin break their ankles and give them 100 rolls. Like Maka gave you 200. And you're mugging the Gachapin roulettes too much. Causes the execution of the loop to jump straight to the beginning of the loop where the execute with checking condition. For example, but it only includes the number smaller than 10. The numbers 10 are greater, the execution jumps to the beginning of the number is not added. Ah, it's like if state. Fairness, so loops break and continue. Only effect they're a part of. But yeah, I don't know. Like personally, I'm a bit more invested in like the anniversary story more than anything because that they seem to be a bit more on top of that for adding to stuff. It probably also doesn't help that they keep saying every year that you know, we're gonna add more to the story and then they just don't. I think that's honestly what probably like annoys people more. Because that's actually the specific complaint I've seen. Because I was watching a couple videos when people were talking about like their recap from Grand Blue Fest, and a lot of them were just like their specific statement was, you know, they said we would get more story, and we didn't again. I think it's just the eventual just like just the constant uh kind of broken promise effect, right? Where you say you're gonna do something and then you don't do something and then people kind of just get fed up with waiting. Already used helper every every iteration of a loop times the form so programs for like all even numbers of stealth MSQ drop before the date switches so they complete the it's like they just drop like a really quick just quick dialogue story thing just one little chapter, not even like the full chapter, it's just like the first part. They're like, you're welcome, thumbs up, job here is done, cape swoosh. To be fair, like, well, I'll say I do understand the gripes for like longtime players, especially those that have stayed on top of the game a lot. I would say that trading story for, well, I would rather have the Rise of the Beast Saints, like, right, with the characters, the new Tales of Eternal, like the Xeno reruns, like I feel like they've kind of made up for it because the events have been pretty good, especially for more casual players. Which it's always been kind of the case, especially in gotcha games. There's always like a fine balance that developers have to like. Well, for any live service game, you have to kind of like balance between making content for people that grind your game every single day, day in day out, and then people that kind of just play more casually and they come in and out because that content doesn't overlap, or at least it doesn't overlap easily in most cases. So like I understand like longtime players wanting something, especially if you're invested in lore. But at the flip side, I would say it's not like they haven't been doing anything, like realistically speaking, right? We've gotten a lot of rebalances this year. We've gotten a lot of like events and new changes to events and stuff like that. That was pretty good. Zero for the increases by every iteration. Oh, that's how that works. I want to let my brain's been a little out of it trying to like learn this. Are you sleeping? Oh, you took a little break. Oh, okay. Yeah, my brain's been a little bit out of it today, but it's waking up. It's warming up. Yeah, because what it's doing is this loop. It's taking this number and it goes, all right, I for every single number, and then it adds +1, so it starts at 0. As long as I is less than the number. And so what it'll do is it'll go, okay, 0 is less than number, print 0, do the thing, add 1, prints 1, do the thing, adds another one, prints 2, prints 3, prints 4. And then since it's not no longer less than the number, it ignores this loop. It prints it prints nothing. And then it goes number. Well, I guess it would be because if it's like 0, it just prints nothing. But then it subtracts from the number and then it goes to the next one, does it again, right? So like if you put 5, it'll be like, all right, 0 is less than 5, 0. Well, it's less than 5, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4. Oh, 5 is the same. Skip, subtract 1 from the number, 4. So then it goes again. 0 is less than 4, 0. 1 is less than 4, 1. 2 is less than 4, 2, 3, 4. Up, 4 is not less than 4. Print. It just keeps doing the thing, just keeps going, and then eventually it just, you know, when you get to 1, it's gonna print 0 because that's how it works. All right, brain is warming up, bruh. Taking that like, I know I did some coding at the end of the like on Friday, but taking that like whole week off and just gaming just kind of like fried my brain for this a little bit. Same thing happened on Friday. I took like an hour to kind of like get mentally warmed up and into it. Oh, the other loop is uh, oh, that's what this is. Okay, so this is just starting a new line. I was wondering what this did. With each iteration of the outer loop, the value of the number decreases, so the amount times the inner loop repeats also decreases. Repetition, the line numbers gets shorter. Good. So the Python 2. Please write a program which tests the positive integer and prints out a list of multiplication operations operands given by the user. Because this is going to be Hmm. How'd you write that? Like I know how to do it if it was gonna be like they go if the number is two, it's supposed to be one times one equals one times two equals two, two times one equals two, two times two equals four. But like why would I do one times two and then two times one? Oddly confused. But for Lucha, it half works for them. With guaranteed triple and the nuke doesn't get the palm. Oh. Yeah, that's why I was kind of curious because I was like, but I feel like the biggest part for the duel thing is because of the sumo after. But I guess I could still see it probably being usable in certain things. Did you right? Like, well, I guess they'd have to start from one. Actually, no, it would be. Oh, okay. I understand now. Or do I? Maybe I don't. I don't know. We'll just put it in there. All right, it's gonna keep going like forever. I guess we'll just start it. Wait, why didn't it? Why didn't the loop break upon hitting two? Because the number is two, so it should have broken. Like the while loop shouldn't have continued. Now it's oh, because I didn't like. Okay, I understand. It's breaking out of this loop, but then it's like it just keeps looping into these two. Okay, now so I had it right the first time. The only thing I don't quite understand is why would it go 1 times 1 to 1 times 2, 2 times 1, 2 times 2? Like, wouldn't it go 1 times 1, 1 times 2, 2 times like 2 times 2? Positive and when prints out a list of multiplication operations until both operands reach the number given by the user. Oh, I keep forgetting to do this. I saw it earlier and I meant to like put the curly brackets and then I got completely sidetracked by thinking about something else. Wait, why does this loop back to 1 time? Pay attention to it and I hit 4 million honors for Geisha and 8 friends. Good hosting. Oh, with the luchador setup? I need to just wait. That's why I'm still so torn between like getting Cosmos and Gabriel on the ticket. Because Gabriel would be really useful, especially well, technically Europa would be better on Colossus, but Gabriel's also really good on Colossus. And just for Guild Wars, but then like Cosmos would be good for doing a Geisha because I really don't think I have a lineup for a Geisha without her. Oh, the Kengo Cosmos Horse is always set up. There. That's really good though. Like, what would this? Probably just initialize these at once. No, I still don't get how to do the like get it to be 1 times 2. I mean, first of all, I shouldn't be doing it. Depending on triggers, because I was clearing them time they popped up at 8 turns. Yeah, that's oh my god, that's the one thing that pisses me off about Diaspora. I get so mad on Diaspora when it like he refuses to do the debuff omen. Because I'll have to like guard like every other multi, and then like I'll get hit with Petrify, and then I'm just pissed, and I just want to like if I can just let the raid fail because I'm so mad. Oh wait, I just realized no, that kind of messes with this. Why does it? Why does 2 times 2 equals 2? Why is it not equaling 4? Probably because I need to put this here. Maybe, maybe not. Okay, no, yeah, it's because I need to put that there. I mean, to be fair, why am I even putting that there? I can just probably initialize it over here. No, you cannot initialize it there. I'm not sure why though. Why can't I just initialize it? Because these numbers are well, they're supposed to change. Oh, I guess because technically that variable gets assigned to the first time it goes one. Okay, actually, that probably explains why. I don't know. The problem is that this, like, they don't like this isn't how they want it written, and it's kind of bothering me because I don't quite understand what they want. Because it's like I don't know. Oh, break time. Cat, take break. Interact. Go sleep. Sleepy cat. What are we looking at? XP's looking fine. Probably make him do some work. Head pats. Oh, you can play. He got a decent amount of stamina. I'll probably make him do work for the next one and then let him play and sleep. This part, just use the full elixir you allotted and continued CA looping. Screw waiting for the debuff to go away. The problem though is like I lose that coin flip every time. Every time when it's like the multi, like the 30 hit one, like I lose that coin flip. He almost always petrifies. So I can only do it like once. And it's just it's so annoying. Cause that like just adds like another 3 to 4 turns to it. To be fair, I cut some turns out because I used to just guard it every time because I was like, oh, I don't want my team to die. And then I started realizing that my team has more than enough HP to survive it. I just use the blue pots. Granted, I can only do it as long as my crew's like potion uh potion buff is up. There was one time I went into Diaspora and I didn't realize like until I was already in there that like they hadn't kept it up and I was like, well shit. So that was fun. Still got through it, but it took like a lot of turns because I had to guard through stuff I wouldn't normally guard, and Shishuku died because I didn't have enough green pots to keep her alive. Because like Shishuku basically, I'm like, if that shield's gone, she's getting green potioned because she's gonna die without it. And then I use like Summer Tico, and then unfortunately I like leveled up Summer Tico, and apparently she's really hard to kill because I just won't let her guard anything, and she just refuses to die. And obviously I can't hold her Ogi specifically. Well, I mean, I guess I could. I could make her guard when she has Ogi and then just turn him. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't work. She just does it. Refuses to die. Just won't die at all whatsoever. But that was back before like I had the Kengo set up all evened out. I'd use like Summer Tico to actually survive and get through it all. I forgot what my team lineup was before. I know it used like Razia. I think it used like Razia, Satyr. Oh yeah, Razia, Satyr, Octo. And then sometimes Octo would die. So then Tico would come in and I would, or no, sometimes I'd sack Razia with the guard all, with the cover. So I don't know. Basically, I always had to use Summer Tico to like get to the last like 4 mil bit, or get to the last like Y like Gamma 100 stacks. So I could open it. Actually, speaking of, let me check if I meant to check if I somehow randomly have another Mandrake. I'm in like another Summer Mandrake in my box somewhere. I probably don't, but I have the Snick. I have 2 Snicks. Another Mammoth. I have a Galleon in there. I have 2 Galleons in there. I have a Uriel in there too. I don't think it's enough to uncap my Uriel. I have like 3 gorillas and my gorilla's like full limit break. What the? I forgot about that. No. I almost got excited. No, I have 2 Summer Yugus in here. I have 2 Uriels in here. Hold up, is my Uriel something completely uncapped? I guess I should write like a thing for break time. Next though. That's fine. Actually, no. Put it over there. Also, actually, I wholeheartedly agree with you though. They really need to just add a being able to put a sub in to be reduced. Like that's an option I want in 2025. That's what I need announced on the anniversary. I have to manually delete like 20 different. I'm one Uriel off from having him 3-starred with the ones I have in my thing. If I get one more Uriel, I can full limit break him. Oh, my Raph is like full limit break. Ariel, I should check my thing. See if Gabriel, I think, is literally the only thing from meta. I'm like sub bad at like checking through the summons. I forgot I had summer, I think, for the summon. Oh, I do have a mic. Oh, but I only have. Wait, who was that one off? Ariel. Oh, apparently I got a Bubs in August. Like a regular one. He's just chilling in my mailbox. Because I already have my Bubs like full limit break. No cereal. I have enough Hades to probably full limit break it, but I'm good. Didn't realize I'd gotten the last one of those. What else I got? Good one Metatron. The Grand Order in here. Two Grand Orders. Three Grand Orders. Ooh. Yeah, I have three Grand Orders. Holy. Lucifer. I have one copy of Lucifer and one copy of Baja, and I'm just pretending they don't exist because I refuse to like transcend those anytime soon. My sands are my future sands are currently reserved for Frau. That's my next goal. Is getting Frau fully uncapped. I forgot to get into Frey or something. I think the only main issue I have with the upcoming Guild Wars is I don't have Bonito. And I don't think I have a lot of Bonito friends. Oh, I have a singular Bonito. Oh, I just need one more Michael. I can fully break my Michael. Yeah, I actually would very much like the for them to allow just auto reduction and reserves of summons. That'd be nice. That would be nice. Yeah, I just need to finish like which I put the key or the whatever the pendulum on my water opus for it to be CA damage cap up, but I think I should probably just change that to skill damage up because I think the only times I'm gonna use it is with mana diver anyway. Break time over. Back on the study grind. All right, cat, wake up. Time to work. He gets to spin on the Roomba. Look at him go. Whee! Look at him go. Spin on that Roomba, baby. Spin on that Roomba. All right. Now, how the hell do they want this like program written? Because they wanted to go 1 times 1 equals 1, 1 times 2 equals 2, 2 times 1 equals 2, 2 times 2 equals 4. But to me, that seems extremely inefficient. Like, why the hell would I want to go 1 times 2 and then 2 times 1? Whatever. Moving on. Wait, why did it go? It worked fine here, but then this one. Why are you 1 times 1, 2 times 1, 2 times 2? Because then it goes 1 times 1 from here equals 1. Goes a plus 1. 2 times 1 equals 2. 3 times 1 equals 3. And it goes b is less than number multiplies a, which is now 3, by b. Oh, no, right. It goes 1 times 1, then 2 times 1, and then the 3, which then goes to the next one, which then goes 3 times 1, then 3 times 2, then 3 times 3 equals 9. So then why is it then looping again until 1 times 1? Okay, this one I'm actually gonna have to go to Python tutor. My brain's like too dead to really figure out. Oh, because it's 0. The number is 2. Oh, it's because it's like. Hmm. Wait, why does it? Oh, because it doesn't break out of. I think it's because this needs to be. here. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. I don't know why I had it like inside of this while loop. Yeah, because what was happening is it was going all the way back up and then resetting the values to 1, and then it would break. Okay, that makes sense. I still don't get why they want it to go 1 times 1, 1 times 2, 2 times 1. I'm just gonna ignore it and keep going, honestly. Please write a program which type in program and prints out the first letter of each word in the sentence, letter on a separate line. Example of expected behavior. What does it have to do with what we've learned? That has like nothing to do with what we learned. Unless my brain's just being stupid and forgetting like other things. I think the cat's in the way, so I can't like grab the scroll. Yeah, I think the cat's like windows in the way when I'm trying to grab the scroll thing. Uh, I want somebody to use the find that. I want somebody to use the dot find command. Okay, that one's actually kind of right. I was just being At least I'm assuming that's what it wants because it wants the first letter of every word. All right, it's 0. That one. I'm so dumb. How did I do this? Is it rain? Hold up, I need to. I know what I want to do and I've done it before. I just don't remember what it was. Uh, did I not save it? I hope I saved it. I don't think I saved it. Damn. Yeah, I didn't save it. I I have in my head I know what I want it to do, but I can't remember how I write it. Oh, like equals. Like that, right? No. Hmm. How did I do it? Was it like no? Oh, right, because that's yeah, that's going to be. Is it range? No, because I think that's also just a number, isn't it? Yeah. How did I probably? How did I drop the string before? Fuck, I did this last time with the find thing, and now I can't remember. Like, I can't recall how I did it. Oh, I'll just Google it. Okay, technically, no. This should have like been. Oh, because it's not gonna. Okay, actually, never mind. I understand. Okay, it works. I was losing my mind because it was. I didn't put two words. I just put one word. Cause like the whole point of this, right, is if it's like what do they put like Humpty Humpty. Right. I would have to have it like loop all the way through, right? Because it's not going to loop because I'd have to like copy and paste it every time. But like this is the premise, right? It's like it goes, okay, prints the first one, starts the string on the next, like looks for a space, +1, prints the D, looks for a space, +1, prints S. All right, I have the idea of the like the basic block. Now I just need to put it into a loop. Uh, right. Oh, he's moving. You guys can only see him like scooting, but he like moved across my screen. He went from like the right side to the middle. I need to see if there's a way I can capture him just to so you guys can see him move across the screens and stuff. But he scooted over so you can Roomba on the middle of the middle of the thing. Okay, so it infinitely loops. Too far. Uh, the issue is that like I don't think it'll ever go to like 0. So how would I have it? Like, what would be my parameter for it to break? I don't know what the end loop will be. Like, I don't know what the last thing would be. Because it works, right? It makes it to the S. It's just I need it to like I need to figure out what's my break parameter, so that way it doesn't just like infinitely loop in a while loop. Because I haven't taught us for loops yet in the program, so I'm trying to like stick to like what they've taught us. Um, hmm. Hmm. The index. I guess I don't know because I don't know if it'll ever like make. I don't think it'll ever go to 0. Is the problem, right? Yeah, no, it's never gonna go to 0. So like, what is? Hmm. Because it's never gonna find a space, the other space, right? Because since I'm not gonna put a space at the end of the like the only way I would work it is if I took this appended space to the end of the whatever string they did, right? And then That way it would like no, it wouldn't work either because I was gonna say make it equal one, but then I can't do that because the like what should I call it? I guess the chances of the sentence ending on a single like a singular character is pretty low for words. Like I'm trying to think of a single. I don't think you really end on an A. So I could just append like a blank space at the end, but that wouldn't really work either because then it'd probably just give me an error for being out of range. Hmm. I'm not quite sure how to tackle this actually. This is actually something that's like worth trying to figure out. What would I like? How would I break it out of this loop though? Like if I use the for loop, it'd be way easier. Kato, you're in the way. Oh, I can do it off of the index. Okay, okay. Maybe like that. Maybe if I didn't accidentally clip the enter key on mine, like the number. Oops. Yeah. Do it off the index. Duh. I had something. Right, because the index is still gonna go -1. Oh, okay. Oh, so if it's like Yeah. Okay. I was tackling it from the completely wrong angle. It was like in the it was kind of in the right direction, just from the wrong point of view, right? Like, mm, yeah, like I was off of the right thing, right? Like it was the length of something, or like basically like it was basing off of like the number. It's just I wasn't tackling it from like the right direction. Yeah, and so this way it'll print everything, like the first letter of like everything, regardless of what you do. And Batman, Ram Blue. That's like I'm so smart. Not really. That took me way too long to figure out. Type in an integer number if the user types a number equal to or below 0, the execution ends. Otherwise, the program factorial of the number. Factorial of a number involves multiplying the number by all positive. In other words, positive. 5 is 1 times 2 times 3 times 5. Oh, spell it correctly. Not just randomly put 2 T's on it. Factorial is less than or equal to number. Factorial equals factorial times the number. Number minus 1. Oh, that's not... Okay, so it does have to be the other way. No, it's still... Oh, because it's still going to multiply it by 3. So it's still going to... My brain knows the steps. I'm just like working through it. We do, right? The problem is I think this is going to print the wrong thing. Yeah, yeah. I still need to like save the number down. Still print. And do we just stick this in the while loop then? No, because it'll still like get caught here. Oh, I guess well we can just put it under, right? No, because the problem is that it will never hit this. So it has to be like above the while loop. Because the problem isn't, yeah, because the thing is I'm pretty sure that if I try to run it, right, and I go say 3. Yeah, it's gonna go to thanks and bye because it's gonna reduce the number to 0. And then as soon as it hits uh this, I guess the only other thing you can do is like, right, is just make the parameter different. And then this way, even if you still run 0, it'll still say thanks and bye, -1, thanks and bye. But then if I do like 5, like it'll still run it. Because at least for the way I have it set up, I need to save the number to something else anyway, so I might as well just run it off of that for the if check. But it feels kind of like messy, like if that makes sense. Oh, snap, right, I forgot to turn that off. Oops. It is not study break time, it is study time. Well, hello, Lunar. How was your week? Hope you had good food. Yeah, no, I'm taking a break every like 50 minutes so I don't lose my mind. Still losing my mind, but food coma deluxe. That's what we like to hear. Yeah, I almost exploded on Christmas. I ate like a full plate during the day, and then I went back in for round 2, and I underestimated the scoop size, and then I was like, I was eating dinner, and I was like, oh no, oh no, it was bad. I couldn't lay down because even like laying down made my stomach hurt, so I had to like I have this like angled little pillow thing that I had to lay on for a bit. Oh, it was good times. You are the chunkiest chunk. So big, so strong. We're going to print out all positive integer values from 1 up to the number. However, the order of the numbers changed so that each pair or number is flipped. 2 comes before 1, 4 before 3, so forth. What the what is this going to do? How would you even begin to write that? What would even be the point of writing that? Write a program which asks the user to type in a number of the program and then prints out all the positive integer values from 1 up to the number. However, the order of the number is changed so that each pair or numbers is flipped. That is, 2 comes before 1, 4 before 3, and so forth. Why? The only thing I can think of is you take it and then you go if uh yeah, I'd probably type that like something like number 0, number plus equal to um and that wouldn't work. The fuck is this problem? Because they don't what? You have to take it so every pair is flipped. So 1 and 2 are flipped, 3 and 4 are flipped, 5 and 6 are flipped, etc. etc. Hmm? Well, number is less than or equal to um is less than or equal to plus equals to I didn't write that like all the way through. Okay, yeah, I figured it wasn't gonna work for the 5. This works for the even numbers, but it doesn't work for the other stuff. I guess we can just do 1. It should still work. Hmm. Okay. Work for everything. 1, 4, 3. It omit the 5. Why? Why did it omit the 5? Will it work if I have it under? Probably not, but I would appreciate it if 1, 4, 3, 5. It still messes up at the end. Like it'll work for one or it'll work for the other, but I can't get it to work for both. But if I do this, maybe. There we go. 214365. 21435. Alright, let's just add to do LF. I don't really know if this is what they want, but this is what I can give them. Especially while doing like a while loop. Yeah, the +2 wasn't gonna work for odd numbers. I kind of realize that now. Well, it works. 2143658710 9. Yeah. Please write a program which asks the user to type in a number. The program then prints out the positive integers between 1 and the number itself, alternating between the two ends of the range as in the examples below. Oh, that one's actually kind of interesting. How would I go about that? Like basically, it's like that's like if you ask for a number and someone gives you 5, it should go 1, 5, 2, 4, 3. Which the 1 and the 5 are pretty easy. I guess I'd have to do like what I did last time, which is like take the number, set that to another like variable, and then that way make it so that as the number that you're counting up goes up, when it hits like the 5, it just stops. I'm assuming that's how like I want it to work. Uh 1524. It messes on the 3. All right, I didn't give it. Oh wait, no. Well, because what is it? Oh yeah, because it's like see the problem. That work? No. Works even less than even worse than the other one. I have to put an if in here. Wow. Break time. Cat, get off the Roomba. Go sleep. This time I'll surely remember to turn off the study break time. Oh. My brain definitely got warmed up a bit with some of those earlier things. Oh no, it's like it's really humid. So my brain is like slow to start up. But yeah, I'll probably end up making redeems so that way because you can like head pat the cat, move the cat, make the cat like feed the cat, give the cat stuff to drink. Though the cat needs to earn money for that. To make it play. I don't know. I just thought it'd be a neat little thing. I came across it when I was like looking for free stuff on Steam, and I was like, "Oh, that looks kind of interesting." And then I just thought I'd toss it in. I don't know if it'll stick around. I just thought it was kind of like nice, like try to see if I could incorporate it. I was definitely hoping to find like, say, I guess I could try to look through the Steam Workshop page again. Hoping to find like a bear thing for it, but if anything, I might just like recolor the cat, call it good. Oh, I have to wait 7 hours. Well, 5 now for the snick. In shambles. In a shambles. Oh. Yeah, I will admit, coming in into the middle of like an actual part kind of leaves me a little, huh? Well, actually, to be fair, starting this up and then taking like a week break from it and then coming back to it, probably not the best of ideas. Probably, if I was gonna do that, I probably should have waited till after Christmas week to start this. But I wanted to. Well, to be fair, today was supposed to be a gaming day anyway because I'm like usually pretty slow on the thinking, unlike Mondays. But we'll play something tonight. I don't know what we're gonna do, but maybe some Supervive. See what it's like at night. See if the queues are better. Maybe Zenless because I think weekly resets today. Oh no, we'll see. Maybe something completely different. I almost got PoE too, but then I was talking to Rook about it, and then I was like, I started like listing off like all the stuff that was missing, and then I was like, I think I'm gonna wait till they add what I'm interested in and do some more balanced things before I play early access. I don't know. Maybe I'll play one of the like free games they gave out for Epic. This year's was like it wasn't like garbage, but it wasn't anything amazing for my taste, right? I think like a third of the games they gave out this year I already owned. So I think I missed out on one game during the daily free ones, which was probably one. It was one I hadn't heard of before, but I was like, when I saw what it was, I was like, man, I probably would have been kind of interested in that game. But we did get Dredge for free this year, which is a game that I had on my wish list. Which I don't know, maybe we'll boat around. I've heard good things about that game, or maybe we'll just grind Grand Blue while I just sit there and yap. I don't really know. I haven't really decided. Probably not, to be honest, because I think like I'm probably gonna do like night stream grinds for Rise of the Beast, Cocytus, Guild Wars. So I need to stock up on sanity. Especially for Guild Wars, because I plan on grinding enough Guild Wars to get the second stage of the skin. And then I'm sure we'll see the third stage at some point this year. Maybe by the end of the year. I don't know. I don't think they'll wait that long, but maybe like halfway through the year or something. Considering they expected people to go through a full cycle, well, the casuals to go through a full cycle of Guild Wars before getting the second stage. They'll be like the third stage is expecting new player like casual Guild Wars players to take 62 years to get. So, you know. But it's also mostly because I want to finish getting my Cosmos sword. I think I'm gonna go for the Cosmos fist after the sword. It's because it's either the fist or the katana. Like I know water uses staff a lot, but I don't have an Ultima staff. And I even though there's the new Ultima like kits, I don't feel like dealing with those anytime soon. I think what I'll probably do is I'll probably just go for the Cosmos. I either go for the Cosmos Katana or Kengo Water. But by the time that matters, we don't really need it. Um, unless because mostly because I don't. There's not another element that uses a bunch of katanas. Because even Exalbas have been kind of phased out in fire for primal. Like they're good, but I'm pretty sure most primal fire grids are just running Zeta spears, Percy swords, and then like a hodgepodge of everything. I think they run like one Exalba, maybe, just for the stamina. But like, I think for the most part, you're still just using like Summer Kambira and Whamdis axe, stuff like that. But I like I'll go primal anytime soon anyway. I don't have a single Zeta spear, so not even worth thinking about at the moment. I mean, it would still probably be stronger than my Magna grid just because whatchamacallit. Uh I don't have any my Colossus has been kind of stingy, so I haven't gotten any of that. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I'm not gonna get in a Zeta anytime soon because I don't plan on ticketing Zeta, even though she's really strong. My fire team, like my fire lineup's like fine, not really hurting for anything. Uh, Probably the only. Yeah, it's just um, I'm probably gonna end up getting Gabriel for the most part. Like I'm kind of like I want to get Cosmos, but I'm probably gonna end up getting Gabriel instead because like my light team, I have other options. I mean, Cosmos is great. Don't get me wrong, but like I just my water characters are too far behind. Like always, for me, for whatever reason, water is always like my most behind characters for elements, like element wise. Like I'm always behind on like meta characters for water. It's probably because I'm fire player in the game knows it, so they're just like, well, you don't need water, even though I have to use water to get fire stuff. Winks. But yeah, I don't know. Hmm. Oh, break time's over. Okay, back to figuring this out. So we kind of have it. We have like the basic part of it down, but we're still kind of missing. Well, not kind of. We're still like missing where to break it. Would it make it? Would I do it if first? One, five, two. It's supposed to stop at three, but it keeps going past three. Why? Because it'll be number is five, which then goes to this. We even need this? We still need it because it's not going to the. All right, so it prints out three. Oh, it's because it's printing out both, and they're both equaling. And then I didn't give it a break thing. One, six, two, five, three, four. And that's it. Pretty simple fix. I kind of just overcomplicated it earlier. All right. Yeah, it's so far that's been like my learning journey through Python is brain overcomplicates it. Takes two steps back, goes uh oh my god. It's gonna take me a while to get used to that being there. Thank you for catching that. That's gonna take a while. I'm always so slow to remember because like I need to just make like hotkeys for oh, speaking of cat, wake up. Why are you not doing anything? Cat, go play. Catching butterflies. Sorry, catch a butterfly. Let's move to. I say playing should increase food, right? Oh no, it like he'll be fine. Anything, I might just turn off like the status thing because you can turn that off and then just like have it be fully just for redeems. Which is probably what I'll end up doing. Yeah, Oh, to be honest, I'm blaming my brain being out of it. My brain's a little, it's fuzzy today. I mean, I feel like I say that every day though. At this point. All right, that worked. Next, defining function. Well, I've been doing a lot of that recently. Must be defined any function definition keyword or for define that contains the name of the function followed by parentheses. Okay. The header of the function. A function has been defined. Majority of the exercise in this course will ask you to write your own function. List of only functions executing it doesn't do anything yet. First, you ought to require an and a specifically defined if block. Oh. Make sure that your solutions get tested on a clean slate. The test. Well, I mean, no, that matters because I'm not going to use their like in-house program. I'm just going to use Fighter. Please write a wrong function named Seven Brothers, and the function is print out the name. Guessing they want us to do a really cool. I mean, this is what they want. I'm surprised that they went from while loops straight into functions instead of teaching us for loops. I guess I don't remember them covering for loops. I'll have to take one of our arguments, which may affect the built-in Python input text. Terms argument the same thing. Argument is used with data passed to the function. Function is called inside the function. Assigned to variable. Function called recall. Also, just follow the definition. Distinction clear. The typo. I forgot the C in distinction on the first one. However, knowing the correct term, of course, material. Find some. Random fun fact of the day: Vegeta finally canonically went Super Saiyan 3 in the latest Daima. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Rest in peace, Vegeta. Piccolo went orange before he went Super Saiyan 3. This is a gosh darn tragedy. Funny though. I swear, it's like sometimes they go, "All right, Vegeta exists. Let him do the thing." Okay. I don't know. I can't help but just imagine that like Vegeta's kind of just their. They're like, "All right, he's here. Let him do the thing." Like character. Oh, I forgot the exclamation point in the world. Whatever. I will say so far, I do think I like MIT's explanation of functions, or at least like initial, as like they kind of stress the fact that to do this, where you're writing like what it does before you like do the function, which I think is like really good, like the docstring part, because that way it tells you like on the MIT course they kind of like, and I think rightfully so, like because like when you're following a course program, uh uh it's like you're kind of following 1, 2, 3, so it makes it kind of hard to like do comments correctly. But especially in this, right? When I was doing this one for sure, I mean, not so much. Well, like in here, right? Like I keep like it. I'm writing down what the things do, like what things do and stuff like that, because it just helps you keep track of things a lot easier, and you kind of just get into the flow of it. But part of that was due to the fact that the way it was introduced, they kind of like stressed the importance of like doing this just for easeability, right? Like I don't have to sit here because like obviously like if you write a name that checks out, it's like list check. Okay, I understand what that means. It means it's checking for the list. But then like directory, what does the directory do? What it like doesn't really say anything. Uh, I also need to rewrite this. So speaking of, but like I do like that a lot better. And this one they're kind of just going straight into like how the function works. Right. Something like that. Technically, timeline wise, Daiva being 3 years before Super would have him go 3 before Piccolo and Orange. Yeah, that happened first. Yeah. You know, canonically, like, no, I'm just kidding. But yeah, no, like, this is why I hate when it's like, they don't go in chronological order. They're just like, well, technically, this happened. Like, I'm like, I don't care. It should have happened realistically sooner. And you know this. Points finger. Points. Actually, doesn't even points finger. Knife hands. Aggressively. Mildly. Not too aggressive. Mildly aggressive. Like, mildly annoyed Latino mother knife hand status. On the first line of the function height, we define that this function takes argument, assigns it to a parameter named target, and the body of the function print command value stored in when the function is called. The target has value given as an argument, and the function set to the value Allen. The names of function principal names variable. It should be descriptive. Some exception. And the first character. Please complete it so it prints out the first character of the string it takes as an argument. That's pretty. I honestly really don't want to lose the habit of like getting the doc string for the function. I don't know how like crazily consistent people are with it, uh, occupation wise, but just with like working on the couple side projects I've had, it's definitely helped me remember whenever I come back to the code. I don't want to lose that habit. Sounds really easy. Takes one more argument, so it's recommended to test it. Various different arguments, special cases, specific to the type of argument your function may have. And a zero or a negative number or a floating point number. The argument string. The argument doesn't explicitly tell you to include functions call. You may freely include your own within the main function if block the test. Sound okay. Function definition parameters and it was 83 forever ago inside content like games. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I've played like a Dragon Ball game since like Dragon Ball Z Budokai on like the GameCube. Not even gonna try to pretend about that. I played like I think I played like who one for sure because it's the one that has the cheat code that everybody like references. Up, down, down, left, right, BA, which makes you basically turns on God mode, so Goku can't die. I had to use that on one of the fights on Namek because it just was way too hard. Uh, and then yeah, I think like Dragon Ball Z Budokai is on the GameCube, which was the fighting game. I think those are like the only two. Like those are the last times I played a Dragon Ball game. So I have no idea what they've done in the new Dragon Balls. I know there's been some pretty popular ones. Dragon Ball Fighter Z was pretty popular for a while. I think that one's kind of fallen off a bit. There was one where you kind of like make your own timeline traveling dude or something. I don't quite fully understand it, but it's there. Of the number x is x. Oh hi Mark. You not do it. Question takes sum xy result equals x plus y. The sum of the arguments x and also include variable. Notice how the names of the parameters within the function definition have no relation to any variables outside. Might just as well call the above function like first function the parameter first use 130 and 10. Yeah, it's one of the nice things with functions is it's like I make use of it over here. Well, specifically with the one we were looking at, right, with directory year. That's an initialized variable here for year, but uh I don't know, I'm like my brain's so slow today. But like this variable like it getting pulled here and being used in here is independent of like this over here. So anything that happens in here won't affect this. But it kind of makes for pretty good I have to go through all these functions and update the doc strings on any of them that I changed. But yeah, it's really nice for that for functions where it's like it kind of takes it and then the name is like independent, so that way you can kind of like overlap names and not worry about it to make it just easier to tell what goes where. It's probably one of the things I like the most about functions, honestly. Well, second. The thing I like the most about functions is that it makes it so I don't have to like keep writing that entire block of code over and over again every time I want to use it. Examples above we saw it's possible to assign new variable function also find outside main function. Such variables are called global variables. A bad idea. Among other issues, doing so might cause bugs which are difficult to trace. Function that uses a global variable by mistake. Name equals Betty. So given that. Yeah. How many different arguments we call the function if it'll always print out the value Betty. Yeah, because they have it written like they they have like the function, it's just like hello, and they have like given name, and then it's like print hello. Name, right? Then what's gonna happen is that it's not gonna care about this. Like it'll still pull the function because as long as you give the function a value, if it's looking for a value, it'll run. So you'll do like hello Steve and butcher the spelling of Steve, but who cares? He's he's kind of more refined than the regular Steve. That's why he has an extra letter in there. But it'll never call Steve. It'll always say Betty because you have the wrong variable here. Now the interesting thing is I think if you take this, I think it runs, yeah, it'll take Steve. Because this is the interesting part of this, of how functions work. Because what it does is it'll look for the variable with that name inside of itself before it goes out. I don't know if they teach you that. They don't. Definitely, or at least like at the in this point in the function thing, they don't. Which is kind of an important thing to know. Because like you can still have the name Betty for something, like on the outside. But as long as these two variable names match up, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter this name, like what this name is. It will, this function will go, okay, I have a variable name that's name. I am assigning it Stiav. So therefore it'll always pull Stiav. It's not going to pull Betty because of the way the function works. And that's something that's like really cool. It's also something kind of important to point out. They kind of did point it out, but they kind of glossed it over. This is why I say you should like, especially when you're doing like online learning, you should never really like just stick to one source. You should kind of see like what your options are for gathering information because a lot of times they'll cover things better than other things. Like for instance, for the most part I like the assignments they give you in this one. I feel like a lot of times they're even when they're confusing, right? Like the couple ones we did today, I'm like, what the like why? But then I still did it, and it's like it helped me reinforce like breakpoints and this and that and like how to think about things and interpret it. The MIT ones has a lot of problems that probably do the same thing, but the way they're written, you're just like, what? Like, I don't know. It's like the way they write them is a little bit more out there. Granted, there was that one with the 2 times 1, 1 times 2 that I was like, I'm good. I'm good. Here, you're gonna get 1 times 1, 1 times 2, 2 times 2, and you're gonna like it. Examples above we saw. Oh, wait, I already read that one. How many different arguments we call? Always print out the value stored. Function named mean. Arithmetic mean. Man. Mean is what, like, wait, like the numbers added together divided by how many numbers there were? Oh, they're at the period instead of the comma. That's my bad. Probably. Ba-ba-ba-boom. Many times. Write a function named print many times, which takes a string and an integer as argument. Argument. Specifies how many times the string's argument. Hey, got all the butterflies. Go sleep a bit. Look at that rest. Oh, Oh, that's pretty easy. Ash slinging slasher. They should do like their like make a square, make a pyramid, sort of exercises. Ooh, yeah, I almost fell for a little bit of a bait there. I guess I want to like both. A little bit of a bait and switch almost. I was gonna do the same thing I did with the previous one, right? But the issue is that with this one, since the square has to like take the like height and width of the number also, if you had just done if you hadn't like done this, you can't do anything. Well, it would like look weird. At least it should look weird. Yeah, see, like it'll do a pyramid sort of like thing instead. Not really a pyramid, but you know what I mean. But since we initialized a variable to keep track of the number's original thing, it still prints the squares out like they're supposed to. Same chessboard, which prints out a chessboard made out of ones and zeros. A function takes an integer argument which specifies the length of the side of the board. Oh, this will be interesting. Huh. How'd I do that? How would I do that, actually? I know it has to deal with the length. I'm just trying to figure out how to get it to be. Because, like, for instance, you would just be like, length of. It's because I have to alternate it between 1 and 0. I think I can kind of figure it out. Could be like num rather than I have to make a string. No, that wouldn't work, would it? Because it still needs to alternate between 1 and 0. I'm trying to figure out how to do the alternating part for binary. Weapon will amplify all damage. Ultimate weapon with the amplify superior element. Only boost the water damage from it. Instant. Nothing else despite her passive giving superior element. Was found out with Cosmos, released last year. Interesting. I'm assuming that means the code for it runs the check differently at different intervals. Because what's probably happening is that the first weapon is running the check based off of the initial damage that she deals, like whatever that number is, and then converts it. Like it happens before the extra damage, and then it's probably basing that damage off of her like autos and stuff, like whatever her like damage value is. If you use the seraphic, because the seraphic is older, right, than the key, than the ultimate key. If I'm not mistaken, like a decent bit before they added that. That's probably just because of how they coded it. So it probably just means that the seraphic weapon is designed like is coded in a way that it checks its damage amp before she actually hits the target, while the ultima key is coded in a way where it amps the damage as it hits the target, basically, or as it's going to hit the target. That or it just checks the tag attached to the damage typing. I don't know how they have the actual coding done, but that's what I'm assuming with my limited knowledge is the reason for that. That's an interesting like interaction. The simplest thing would be to have like one long string and then just having the range of it differ depending on what they want. Right, so you got like board is something like that, and then go well number range. Then print board 0 board range, then for x equals 1. And then you just go test board 3 right? And it'll still run it. The problem though is that if they enter a value that exceeds it, will be an issue. Like that's like the easiest way to do it, or like the most simplistic way to do it. Well, I mean, well, technically, like the whole expansion for the code would be like you would set like a parameter. Uh, it would just be like if number is greater than value, right? It just returns like an error message being like the value bigger than chessboard kind of deal, but they didn't specify that. Because the only other thing I can assume is like you make this and then you go well board range greater 0 board if board go I'll start this at one the board -1 goes on plus equals 0 board 0 1 board print board. I'm assuming that works. Yeah, that'd be like the other way you do it. Is you just have to like slice it in there. Oh, actually, no. Actually, both of those are wrong. I just realized. No, they're all wrong. Because it's not checkerboarding. It's just alternating. Oh, that's a conundrum, which we'll figure out after break time. Or against Colossus. Did I watch? That's the one from this morning, right? I think I watched it, but I watched it when I like woke up, so I was like half asleep, so I need to watch it again. Cause whatchamacallit? Like I used her last night and I ended up getting like backup at like the last like I think it's like 5% or something. But I had nobody die like at all. Like everybody was still like in green health. Yeah, Colossus is a bit of a no-brainer fight to use her on just because like he hits everybody, so it means her stacks are gonna be up super fast. Oh yeah, because I think he was using what was it? Summer Anira and Dragon, right? With Yatima? And then doing the Street King swap with Haas. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, I saw that this morning. Yeah, okay, I think it's like all right, there's like 10% left. Something. Basically, yeah, I tried her last night where I used her with like in my Kengo setups, I use like Kengo, Vajra, Ass, Yatima. And it was definitely a lot safer. And whatchamacallit. Yeah, I had 906 million damage dealt in like 19 turns. It wasn't terrible for having a shitty grid because I don't have axes built yet. I'm just running the old like three Diaspora Katana three Europa harps, no no whatchamacallit. No upgraded, no transcended Opus weapon, no upgraded Hexa Dragon shenanigans. Oh, I need them to add those to the shop so I can. I'm too scared to do the Hexa Dragon fight, honestly. I'm pretty sure I have like some, like I could probably put a team together for it, but I'm too scared. I'm too scared. Too scared I'm gonna go in there, fuck something up, and then everybody's gonna be like, it's just gonna be a wasted run. I'm always so paranoid on those fights for that. I also need to get around to like progressing my story at least far enough to be up to date on the Knick-Knack Academy. I think I'm at like in the 150s or something. I don't know where I'm at. I just know that I'm not at 172. And I need to like get it because when they add the whatever step they want, whatever they're gonna do for the eternal aid thing that they're planning on doing for the step after later. I'm curious if it'll be like literally for the regular eternal or they'll give you like an option between like where you're at. Like will they give you something for full limit breaking it or transcending them if you're like farther along? Because it feels kind of weird to have it that far into Knick-Knack Academy and it just be the for the basic Revenant weapon. I'd be content if it just gave me an option for gold fragments for like the specific Eternals. But I'll be free from I'll be able to free Christmas Rakam from his pain and suffering once the Xenocogus comes back around and I can get the gun because I just use Christmas Rakam. I just have him like do his explosion and then get hit in the face by Colossus and just have that bring in Haas and just have her pump my team full of Ogi Bar because she's not uncapped and she's not going to be uncapped until after I uncap Frau, so she probably won't be uncapped until sometime in 2026. Because I think including, oh, actually, no, I think I'm up to 3 sands with all the ones they've given out. Why is beer cheaper than water? Oh, he's no longer thirsty. But yeah, it seemed pretty good. I don't know. Yatima definitely didn't like deal as much damage as I was expecting because she still dealt like on mine. Oh, actually, I think on both like things she dealt less damage than like the other characters in like MC and like Haas. So in my case, it's like MC and uh Vajra for me. But like I think she adds so much like other utility and survivability that she's just really good for like really long fights or long hard fights. Go for everyone Hexa was the thing at 40%. That'd be hard. Doesn't mess with their Vig and Alex. I think it's a trial to do 18 triple attacks or charge attacks and like fail it or and skip it. It's an elemental pearl that buffs it a lot. Ah. Wait, so you have to do 18 like Ogies or triple attacks? That's an interesting parameter. Return. Pancake in the way. All right, last 50-minute stretch. Got time to get up and learn. Or just to read a book. Oh yeah, it's 18 triples or 18 charge attacks. How do I make this actually checkerboard though? That's the real question. Oh, uh, it's like I needed to go from like to make two different lines. One day I'll remember to turn that off. Out of everything else, I remember to turn off. One day I'll remember to turn that off. Today is not that day though. Today is not that day. One of these days, I'm probably just gonna put a timer on, like find a timer just to toss up there, so that way that's like, oh, actually, I should. I need. I know some other people who do it, and they have like a timer that they have that flips, and I should probably just look what they use, make it easier. So that way I don't have to keep remembering to turn that on and off because I'm lazy. And this will be No, I got stuck in an infinite loop somewhere. No. Alright, so oh, that's why. It's probably one of the reasons why. Oh, no, where is it infinitely looping? It's infinitely looping somewhere because it's not breaking properly. Okay, now I just want to. So now it's not even going through. Oh, that's supposed to be great. Okay, now it's like infinite looping again. I know the infinite loop is happening prior to this. All right, so it's not infinitely looping there. Infinitely loop. Okay, they made it here. Okay, we're off to like a decent start. We at least have it working. It's just not working properly. Well, we have something. Okay, we have something. There we go. Hmm. No, okay, we're never mind. We're back to where we started. Hmm. All right, we're not back to where we started, but we are. It's not. Like, it was hard to tell with the 10 when 10, 11. Okay, yeah. It'd be greater than 1 then. I don't think that would. That might fix the problem. Oh, it does fix the problem. Why does it fix the problem then? The line number equals 0. I'm assuming if I put this equal to it, causes like it has the same issue again, but I'll do like 1 extra. Yeah. So having it be greater than 1. So board range equals number. Because I already starting with a string. That's why. Because I already have a number in there as the start point. So making it go to 0 will add an extra number because it's not accounting for the fact that it also already has a starting number attached to it. That's why. Okay. Makes sense. Now I understand. It's because I had to offset the initialized number in the string somewhere else, which in this case would be this, right? Uh would be uh would be the 1. So that way it technically would run 1 less time, but since it's already starting with 1 more number and it's not just starting with a empty string, because it would probably be best to try to get it to run with an empty string. And to be honest, with the line number thing, it I probably could do it, right? It's just that I would have to write an extra line of code for no real reason. Because the point of the matter is I still would have to because I would still have to be like, if line 1 minus 1 equals blank, plus you have to add 1. Like you have to, like, you would put 1 in there anyway. I mean, I could always add it here, right? It would just be or equals empty blank. Hit that. Actually, let me try that. That's, I mean, the whole point of this is to test things and learn what works and what doesn't work. So oh, because it'll start with, yeah. No, I think I have to like initialize the value because it'll start with a blank, right? And it'll shift it over. I think I have to start it with the string starting at 1. So this is probably the best way to have it set up. This is what I would have had to write anyway. None of the previous ones I did like actually worked. I just didn't realize it until I stopped and looked at what the checkerboards were doing. And then I realized that it wasn't actually checkerboarding. I'm just trying to think of, is there like a way I can kind of like reduce what I have written? And I think the answer is probably not. It's like if line number, because we have to initialize something to count off of it, which is line number. To be honest, the best way to do it is more than likely use a for loop to like reduce some of the stuff. Because with the for loop, I wouldn't have to have the list number, the line number initialized, the plus equal. I could just take those out, and that's like three three lines just removed. Realistically speaking, the best way to do this would be this line. What's the number we need? I'm gonna get two more row 4 classes. Or we give an additional 10 on top of the original 10 in the game. I feel like that probably depends on how they view Shieldsworn and Yamato, in my opinion, like internally. Like if they actually see them as a like you see that line as being an actual extension or just being like we need extra stuff to mix things together for row 5 classes. Because I honestly think Shieldsworn was added for that personally. Because I read that someone on Reddit I read once was talking about it, and it kind of made sense. I mean, they might just end up doing it just because like we don't actually know if all the row 4 classes are getting row 5 versions. Like I don't think they've made a statement on that, right? Like for all we know, they could do just the original 10 having a row 4 or a row 5 and then make new row 5s just whatever they want, like they did with row 4s, that eventually they just were like they don't have like, but you know, they're just there to fill in like niches and stuff they want to do. Kind of a thought. That because I don't think they've ever like officially stated like what they want to do in the totality of the row 5s. I think we kind of just assume that they're just going to give everything a row 5, but we don't actually know if that's the case or not, like if that's the plan internally. Because for all we know, they could just give the first 10 classes, like basically just do what they do, first 10 classes, then give us like EX3, and then just be like, well, here's just random row 5 classes that don't really have requirements. They're just there to fill in like certain niches and gaps and stuff that they want. I'm trying to figure out what value do I carry over. It can't be the line number. It has to be the number itself. Again, that has to get pulled over. I'd have to be both, actually. Co-op revamp and transcend. Brother, if I have to go back, like the only way that I will accept going like back into the co-op mines is if they add like the Arcarum book system at the very minimum. If not, just letting us use our friend summons. Oh my god, I do not want to go back into co-op, dude. It's such a pain. Uh, that was the reason I didn't like make any of those class champion weapons for so long, was because I was just like, no, 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 nope. Don't want to deal with it. Walking away. Actually, I don't know. Can you make this a function? Oh, you can. You just need to take the line instead. Because you don't need, I don't need to do this twice if I do it right. Yeah, that's all you need to do. That's it. That's like way cleaner. Dude, I had that epiphany. I'm like, I'm literally using the same exact thing twice for no reason. You just make it its own function. And then you just make it loop because it covers both parameters. Boom, done. Two functions, cleaner. You understand that if you have to change something, it's like 10 times easier to do. This is why I love functions. They're so nice. Now, sometimes you have to like write shit out and then just be like, oh, wait a minute. Right? Like I was so busy trying to figure out how to make it alternate that I didn't like think about, oh, wait, I should make the chess line a function. This is why functions are great. This is why I like functions. It just makes things so like you could just compare it. You just compare that to what it used to look like. Like like what's easier to read? This to this, or like, you know, like looking at all this and then being like, wait, what's going on here? Because then if I make a change here, I have to remember to come down here and make that, and it's just like, why? Just why? Just make it a function. Now if I make any changes here, it doesn't matter here as it'll just constantly fix itself because they're both pulling from the same. Because it like the aha moment was just like, wait a second, I have because like I was just like, wait, but if it starts with 0, then how is it going to know? And then I was like, wait, because I have it in there because it still alternates itself. Period. So now the issue is that it's cutting one short. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's supposed to be 6. So that means it's stopping one short. Why? So it's printing one less number. I mean, that probably fixes it because it'll go to -1. No, actually, it doesn't. Interesting. Why not? Where am I messing you? Oh, here. I see. It's messing up on the line number part. Oh, because I have it too high up. This needs to be at the end. Pretty sure. Yeah, that fixes the problem. I had this like way too early. Yeah, it's just an order issue. Order issues always like trip me up. Yeah, so now we have it that it works. It makes a chessboard. It's a lot cleaner to look at. Yeah, I like it. See, this is why I like the MOOC like problems it gives you. I don't know if like this is the intent behind it again because I'm like I got halfway through the MIT program, the MIT open course stuff before I started doing the MOOC, so I kind of like have a bit more of an understanding. This is why I think I said it like the first like after the first couple of days of doing the MOOC. I would definitely suggest if you know absolutely nothing about Python, start with the MIT, get like a couple lectures in there, like at least up through functions, and then start the MOOC because I think the MOOC, like I think the MIT one does a better job of like kind of explaining the minutia of it because it's a bit more on a theoretical level because it's a university course. Um, but I think the problems that the MOOC gives you, like kind of somehow they have it written in a way that at least for me makes me think like outside of the box. To be fair, the even bigger caveat to that is to have some sort of side project. I honestly don't know if I'd be able to figure this out, like this specifically, if I wasn't doing these things, right? Where I'm already thinking like how can I make this a function so I don't, I can use it over and over again and it's easier to read and get through and stuff. Because like for instance, like list check, I'd have to write this like 3 or 4 times in here, plus all of this other stuff, right? Like all of these other things. Like this code would be so long, like by itself. And then I'd have to sift through that to try to find shit if something breaks. And it's like, no, 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 thank you. I'm good. So like I think it's a case of like do both of them. Probably do start with MIT, then after like a week or so, depending on how fast you go through lectures, do the MOOC, and above all, have some sort of side project that you can do, like by taking like I don't know, like a weekend or something, and you're like, I'm gonna work on this side project, I'm gonna do these other things, and then you kind of like just work with it from there, and it's just like I really think like all of that combined is really good. Which, to be fair, it kind of loops back to I've said it a couple times. I am a very big supporter of just going to technical school, honestly. A good technical school, I think, will like set you right and will really help you figure out whether or not you want to pursue the whatever you're doing like as a job. It's how I learned that I liked welding as a hobby, but not so much as an occupation. Even though I would do welding as an occupation if like I don't know, someone's just like, here, we'll hire you for as a welder. At this point, I don't really have the luxury to say no. But like, yeah. Write a function named squared, which takes a string argument and an integer argument, prints out a square of characters as specified by examples below. I will say though, they do the same thing in MOC as they do in MIT though, where I think they kind of just toss you into the deep end, especially as you get towards like the bottom of their parts, like towards the end. They kind of just yeet something out and don't really like. But that's I think that that's just a course thing in general. Learning shit's like hard, especially when you're trying to just learn yourself without having like a teacher or something to like or a tutor. But to be fair, I kind of like work a little better like this. Because like for instance, this was pretty simple compared to what they want me to do now. Because they want me to make a square, right? With the I'm actually gonna save this one. I kind of like because now what they want is a function that will take a string. So in this case, maybe, and then takes a number like 3, and then makes a square using the string plus the number. But instead of it being like ABA, 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 it has to be ABA, BAB, ABA. So basically, it means it like I have to take the string, it would be like take the string equals like AB, AB. If length of string doesn't equal 3. Actually, let's just write this down how we want. Doesn't equal number. String plus equals string. Print strong. Print strong. Like we'll get ABA there, right? But then the thing is like, how do you uh how do you get the BAB part, right? Because it doesn't want you to just like take the string and then just be like, well, because like this is like really easy, right? Like if you're just gonna do the loop, like this is done. You just turn this into a while loop and you have a number and you do like number like you'll do number and then you'll do like square count and then you square count up to 3 and then once those are equal, it stops and then you get ABA, ABA, ABA. But that's not what they want. They want ABA, BAB, ABA. And it's like Hmm. I mean, with this one, it's not too bad because it's just like length of string doesn't equal number. String plus equals string, and you get that. Oh, I mean, I guess it would be if the last string. Well, it's, no, because the problem is that I can't like it wouldn't work for the next one because the next example is like a number 5. Uh, string equals a y b a b t u, and then they want you to do the same thing, right? So like for instance, this one it's like a b a, and then once it hits what do you want? Why are you moving from your corner? Go back to your corner. I've had pet. Uh, the cat thing's like too cute. It wants it to be like we're an AB, right? If it ends on A, then it wants to just continue going down the string, right? Like ABA. That means the next line continues the string from where the string left off, which it left off on an A. So therefore, you need to start with a B. Then it goes BAB, and then the next line again continues the string. You left off on a B, so it needs to go back to A, so then ABA. So in this one, it's like it's 5, so it's AYBAB. So therefore, it needs to go TUAYB, ABTUA, YBABT, UAYBA. And even with like what I know from the MIT thing, this, and then reading through the MOOC, I'm like, I can't really say with confidence they prepare you to be able to do this, like with what they have. In all honesty, I don't know. If there's like some extra things I'm missing, but I don't know. I'm like reading the because like this is the function thing. The one before these are just different loops, and I don't know. Maybe because I haven't read the other loops in a while, so it's like kind of huh. But then again, they did the same thing earlier with the find function, where they told you like the very bare basics of how the find like operator works, but then they give you a problem where they never really explain to you how. They're just like, well, the find operator, the way it works is that it will stop at the first instance of what you're looking for. But then they want you to, but then there's an instance where it's just, I don't know, it's really weird. Let me see if I can find it again. I remember it was like towards the end. Oh, right. They wanted you to use the find, write a program which finds the second occurrence of a substring, and then it has to tell you what index that's at. And the way the find function works is that it returns the index of where it finds it at. But it doesn't, but they never tell you, because the way I got around that, right, was on the previous one, it was like, it was never looking for for like the actual index. Like it wanted you to like cut the word where it would find the thing, right? So like for instance, or without repeating, right? So like mammoth, right? It was like, well, with M, it wants you to find every like make a substring that's 3 letters long, or that's 3 characters long, that starts with that, and that it wants you to do that every time it can take 3 characters for it. So for instance, in the word mammoth, you put M, it takes MAM, and then from that second M, it makes MMO, and then from that third M, it makes MOT. And like that was really easy because all I had to do was go, okay, find M. I then cut that first M out of the string, which then makes it look for the second M. And then I basically, I just kept cutting the string up and then just having it print what it found, which worked fine. That was the one I was trying to find earlier that I thought I had saved, but I didn't, which I'm kind of sad that I didn't. But then like after that is when they do the one where it's like it needs to like continuously look through the loop, and then it needs to tell you with the second the index of the second time it happens, and they don't really explain how that works. They don't really explain how to do that at all whatsoever. And I'm like, look, I'm all for like introducing new operators and new like things, but you kind of gonna have to like explain a bit, because I read the thing like 3 times where they're explaining how to use the find function, and I couldn't really I still couldn't really figure out how to make it work in a way. Like I couldn't really figure out how to make that do what it needs to do from what they're teaching, right? Because like I'm pretty sure I could spend like an hour on Google and I'd figure it out. Like I mean that's what I do on my side projects. It's not that big of a deal. Like I'm used to it. I've worked with computers my whole life. That's how I fix all this stuff whenever like a game breaks or something like that. But like and like granted, right, it's free, but I still think like, well, that's what a lot of people say. A lot of people like to go, well, Mello, it's free. It's like, yeah, but there should still be kind of a standard, right? If you're gonna like teach someone something. Like I'm just saying, like, is it a little nitpicky? Yes and no, but I don't know. I feel like if you're going to teach someone something and then require them to use it in a certain way, well, you shouldn't technically handhold them at every single step. You should at least like be like, hey, by the way, if you ever want to have it not just stop, this is what you have to do, or these are the sort of things you do, or you use it for this, or you use it for that. Like it's just, it's just how it is. Just the way I feel about it, personally. Now, to be fair, there's probably a way I can rewrite it, because I'm like thinking of it now, and it's probably a case of, instead of honestly, the only way I could think about it is if like I go like I make a string and I make a copy into the string, and then it double checks if that substring is in that string, and if it is, then it goes to the next one. I don't know. I'll revisit it later. It's just, but that's a case of everything. Everything I've ever tried to learn computer related had that problem. Well, except for the technical school one. That's why I'm such an advocate for technical schools. I don't know if I'm just biased because I went to the XP. I'm kind of biased just because I went to like a really good technical school down when I used to live in Texas. Uh, because like they did a really good job of like teaching it, but that's why I say that like there's certain things that it's like you can't like not having like a tutor or something, because they were also just really good at teaching something, and then if you didn't get it and you asked them a question, they would have they would sometimes give it to you the answer if it was like something really like basic, but it was something more advanced, they would kind of like point you in the right direction so you would think about it, again kind of priming your brain to like tackle things a different way. But these courses have kind of like not really done that, but my brain's kind of already wired. Like I still kind of want to figure out how to do this word squared. There's not really enough time today, so it's probably gonna have to be tomorrow, but tomorrow after my brain like gets back into like the coding thing. But I still think that like it's definitely worth. I don't know. I like learning. I like learning new things that I'm interested in. It's a bit of a gripe. It gets because like it gets when it's every once in a while, you're like, oh, here we go again. But when it starts happening too often, that's when I start getting a little spicy, a little like what the. But it's fine. I have side projects at the end of the day that I can just learn how to incorporate things in. Because like to be fair, a lot of this like isn't stuff that you actually need to know. Like realistically speaking, it's like it's just trying to teach you how to think outside of the box and do things. Like for instance, this like the chess one, I'm pretty sure the making the extra function is not what they're expecting. But they do talk about like if it's not explicitly stated, you can make an extra function if you want. You just had to put it in a certain spot so it wouldn't get graded. Even though I don't know how that would work, but because making the chessboard thing, right? Like I don't know if I'd ever use something like that in an actual working scenario, but it kind of like reinforced my brain of wait, I can make that into a function because I'm doing it. I will say though, I still think I don't know if they go into it a little bit more in the next part because this is like their first introduction on functions. But I do like how in the MIT side they kind of hammer home a bit more the docstring part of the function because I think that's actually a really important part of it of just getting used to writing out. Like, well, I mean, you saw it. Even though like all the stuff I wrote, the docstrings I wrote for the chessboard stuff, that wasn't in the assignment. I wrote that myself. The takes this, this is an integer, takes this, and then alternates 1 and 0, like stuff like that. That's just because that's what I've been used to from writing the side projects, and I didn't want to like break that habit while studying the MOOC stuff. But it's just like uh again, I don't know if they like cover it in depth in part 4. I don't know what's in part 4. Let's take a little sneak peek since the break time's about to go. More functions. So maybe they go into it a bit. Like for instance, something I would actually kind of have expected from the examples in this first part would have been less of the make your own functions and more of a debug, like, or at least like have a couple debugging ones in here. But I guess maybe that's in the next part. Because the very last thing they do before they give you all of the examples, right, is they talk about, hey, don't use like a global value because it'll cause problems down the line. But then none of the examples, none of the exercises that you do, right? None of those ever have like a here's a function, right? Like, and it has a problem, fix it. And it could just be a case of, oh, there's a global value that you're using a name of, like there's a variable name that's attached to a global variable that you kind of like the person didn't realize and you have to like fix that and stuff like that. That would be really good if that's what you're gonna like leave it off on in the segment and then go into the exercise thing. So a bit of a gripe there. I'm not like too butthurt about it though, because again, I didn't pay for it. First off, and then secondly, it doesn't affect my grading at all whatsoever because I'm not in the course. I'm just like consuming the curriculum, right, that they have available. To be honest, my bigger what should we call it? My bigger concern is just what to do after. Like I have a couple other programs, like free study ones that I'm going to like take a look at and try after I finish both the MOOC and the MIT one. That are a bit more advanced focus. Like there was one for like introductory to like software engineering and stuff, which I'm kind of curious and I want to look into because that side I think calls to me a bit more. Because when I was looking up like what sort of things you can do with coding, I was it was kind of like a case of you either like they kind of interweave a bit, but one focuses more on like building things and the other one focuses more on like developing coding in general as a whole. It seems, at least that's how I understood it. I mean, there's a couple other ones like analyst and all that kind of stuff, but like I've always been someone who likes making things. Like, well, I like making things and knowing how things work, which is why I like computers. So it's just a case of I think probably like like software engineering is probably the side I'm probably gonna try to like get a foot in, and then from there kind of expand out, which I think is like fine. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what I can like scrounge up. I've also been trying to think of like other side projects to do because right now we have the. Let me see. Where's my notepad? Where's my notes for goals? We can do that to round up today. Since we took a week off, we gotta refresh the brain on what our goals are. We're trying to get things done. Let me see. Let me see. So instead of have it capture, then I probably should just move break time because, but it doesn't really matter because we're like a couple minutes anyway. But yeah, these are like this is uh the coding side project goals, which this isn't like a finite list. I plan on adding more things to this as time goes on. We have the GBF calculator, which we are, I would say, technically halfway through, right? Because we got the actual calculator done, as far as I can tell. All that's left is to get it to be able to read write. Basically store the data that the person puts in, and then they can pull it out later, and then just package it so that way you don't have to have like a Python program installed on your computer to use it. It's kind of the big one, uh, which is also why it's a bit more fleshed out. Uh, we're working on the list, right? Project is kind of what we're working on at the moment because it's a bit easier to like learn how to do the read writing and stuff like that, which is the side project that I have open on the side. And then the future ones that I've thought about is Guild Wars 2 API just to learn how to deal with APIs. And then maybe something with blockchain, something with streaming is kind of like another thing I've thought about. Like chatbot, chat boxes, like stuff like that, stuff that requires like coding. Just because, just to have something to make to like put out there, right? It's kind of like just to have projects to like be like, well, I made this, for these reasons. Because like again, it's just most of it is just to one. I guess it's like portfolio on one hand. On the other hand, it's practice, 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 practice. Whenever you're learning something new, you always need to be like doing it over and over again or thinking about it and stuff. Like I've definitely realized I think about things a lot more from like I've always been kind of the type to think a bit more like towards the internal workings when it comes to games I play, but now it's even more so because as I learn more, I'm like, oh, it's probably like these are the reasons why this happens and stuff like that. But yeah, so like this is kind of like the goal. The To be honest, the reason the Granblue calculator is like completely written out is because this was like pretty sure this was like at the very end after I finished everything and trying to figure out everything else. I have no idea why this is here. Oh, because this is like the example, right? This is the example that I wanted to have where it was like the dictionary or the directory, whatever would save it. These were the examples I was thinking. But yeah, we're working on this now, which has been pretty helpful. Oh, and then probably make something mobile. Mobile app. But that's kind of like another pretty decent little avenue where I could like make things, put it up, be like here. Like I could probably add that as to do. Like my mom already wants, like already was like, can you make this so I can put it on my phone too? And I'm like, Christ, mom. I could probably also do it for the Grand Blue calculator, though that would definitely take a lot of like figuring out how it works, how storing data on phones work and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, like we have a lot of projects done. Hopefully, I'm hoping that like I can like do something with this. I'm not gonna lie, I have really bad luck with learning something for for work. Every time I've tried to go to learn something for work, it kind of doesn't. Something comes up, right? When I did welding, my initial like reason for doing it was I liked welding. I did welding in high school. I I had like I did 4 mistakes when I went to university. The issues happened. I was like, fuck, I don't know what to do now. My mom was like, here's a good technical school. Why don't you go do welding? And I was like, all right, sure, why not? As soon as I finished my welding certificate and went to go out, was when the United States decided to shut down all the pipelines for like a year, which meant all of the pipeline welders took all the jobs. That's a lot of welders, and they're really high quality. So kind of screwed over there, which is why I ended up going to take an associate's degree in computer maintenance. And then when I finished my associate's degree and I applied like pretty much everywhere I could get, the answer was either, well, we want someone with a bachelor's degree, or it was like, oh, that position was closed like a month ago because we're not looking to hire people for that. We've been like phasing that out. And I'm like, well, so hopefully the coding thing's a bit more flexible and things work out a little better. But we'll see. At the end of the day, I don't think it hurts to have skills. I think like one of the other nice things is that I could probably do like freelance stuff with it if I can get decent. It's one of the reasons I was thinking of like tackling stuff from a streaming point of view. Also, we're gonna say because like if I could make like chatbots and stuff, or just figure out whatever sort of like custom things people want with coding, it would give me flexibility and work stuff, even though having to file my own taxes kind of sucks. But yeah, that's gonna be it. We're back on the schedule. Originally during the day was supposed to be gaming, but I honestly it felt really weird to just do almost a whole week of gaming and no coding because it's kind of like I don't know. I really enjoyed it, so it'll probably be the case of at least during the day we'll be all coding, and then I'll probably do like Monday, Wednesday, Friday at night. We'll probably be just a little bit of gaming, and to be fair, that might end up just being the schedule because I think I might like that better. But thank you everybody for watching. I do appreciate it. We're gonna say hi to Yuka. She's a tyrant, but it's okay because she's friendly. So it was another day. If you have a good day, it was a day. Feel yourself. Stay safe. Stay hydrated. I'll see you on the next one. Bye bye.